Welcome to Birdscapes Radio. We're just doing some pre-show music for you right now. That was a piece called Hermit Thrush, composed by Amy Beach. And next, we will hear Weeping Bird, sung by Jai Kumar Sharma. Thanks for listening, and the show will be starting pretty soon, right at 10.
डाली रे पंछी रोए शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए दिल बिच बड़ाई दुखड़ा होए शुकी डाली पंछी रोए शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए तेरा दर्द भरा ये रात सुटदा चारों पासे आग तेरा दर्द भरा ये रात सुटदा चारों से ओ बस कर पंछी और नारो और नारो और नारो नारो शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए दिल बिच बड़ाई दुखड़ा होए शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए मैं थे रोया भी नहीं जानदा दुखड़ा से आबिनी जांदा मैं ते रोया भी नहीं जानदा दुखड़ा से आबिनी जांदा ओ बस कर पंछी और नारो और नारो और नारो नारो शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए शुकी डाली पंछी रोए दिल विच बड़ा ही दुखड़ा होए शुकी डाली रे पंछी रोए.
Good morning. Welcome to Birdscapes. My name's Rob Frye. I'm going to host you on a listening journey today. And just a quick couple thank yous before we start. I want to thank Sarah Melendez and Ballroom Marfa for hosting this event and for just allowing me to experiment and do some things here on a platform and open it up to a lot of different people. We're going to have, half dozen guests today. Folks from around the world. The theme pulling us all together is birds. We're all working on bird stuff from different angles. So welcome to Birdscapes. And today is a special day. It's a celebration of the dawn chorus, which especially in temperate climates really ramps up in the springtime when birds are breeding. And the sun comes up and they sing their songs. And it's a phenomenon like no other. And as the sun rises, as the earth spins, and the sun comes up, right now it's rising over the Pacific Ocean. And there are birds that live over the Pacific Ocean, although they mostly don't breed there, and they breed on land. And it's a very special type of bird that lives on the ocean. So we're going to start with that and visit a group called Maui Nui Seabird Recovery Project, who works to restore seabird habitat and populations on Maui. So let's tune in to a podcast called Experience the Birds.
The project was the concept of Dr. Fern Duval, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and he has been interested in seabirds and learning where there are extant populations throughout his entire career. Seabirds used to be the most numerous animals in all of the islands, and the goal in recovery is to return them to an ecological niche approximating what they used to be. To repopulate all of the islands with seabirds.
It's hard to start telling the story of seabirds in Hawaii without saying that there used to be millions more of them, and that their history here goes back millions of years. The ancestral cousins of modern-day Nā-Manutai evolved way back from the Jurassic period, and they have been living aloft over the Pacific Ocean since even before today's southeastern Hawaiian islands were yet bumps on the sea floor. In that length of time, seabirds have played a critical role in the development of rich, organic soils, helping make life possible here. So much so that their present-day threatened status is all the more troubling. Take, for instance, the ʻUaʻu, the Hawaiian petrel, which is thought to have been among the most numerous seabirds in the islands, likely nesting at all elevations and in all habitats. It has been suggested by those who study the subfossil record that the night sky must have been so thick with ʻUaʻu as to black out the stars during breeding season. Nowadays, though, ʻUaʻu are an endangered species, relegated to nesting only on mountainous slopes due to invasive predators and habitat destruction. Haleakala National Park protects the largest remaining ʻUaʻu colony, but until Fern and Jay set out to document the size and extent of the ʻUaʻu colony on Lanai in 2006, it wasn't clearly understood that it might be the second largest in the world, or what exactly should be done to care for it. Castle and Cook, who owned Lanai at the time, had been constructing a fence to try and protect the sensitive watershed on Lanai Hale, and without awareness of birds nesting up there, they had opened up a path and unwittingly built right through a significant portion of the colony, opening it up to habitat fragmentation by invasive plants and predators. So this was the situation that Fern and Jay first set out to deal with in 2006. They were joined by partners from a similar project on Kauai to investigate, and here's Jay describing what they found and what they started doing.
We spread out along Lanai Hale in different positions, and each of us experienced the birds. Very low numbers at first, a couple each of the nights that we were out flying by. We came back 2 weeks later and we organized a larger group of people from Lanai and some other volunteers, and then the birds were back in big numbers. And we started hearing calling everywhere we would go, so we set up systematic surveys over different areas to try and delineate where the colony seemed to be across Lanai Hale. The birds were obviously being predated, and we found many, many carcasses, including an old shearwater ʻAʻu skull. So predator control was one of the very first things that we instituted, and then we started looking for burrows to try and get an idea of, okay, where are they nesting, what are they doing? But we realized that we couldn't do extensive searching because the habitat is about meter-deep uluhe fern, Dicronopterus linearis, and it grows very densely and it provides optimal protection for the birds. And if we pounded around in it, just like the deer that were in the area did, we opened up pathways for the cats to be able to access the birds. So we minimized our movement into the colony. The other aspect of habitat destruction that was going on there was the invasive plant strawberry guava. Psidium cattleyanium was overtaking, and everywhere that the strawberry guava moved in, it formed monotypic stands with no uluhe underneath, so areas that had burrows in them, the burrows were completely open and exposed, and the cats just walked right in. There were obvious old burrows, but no active burrows. The active ones were all within the uluhe covered areas. We were starting to do more work on Maui in 2010, 11. We were beginning to look up on the slopes of Haleakala for where birds were up there might be. We searched for them. And in 2012, the island of Lanai was sold by Castle and Cook to Larry Ellison. And the management organization that he created decided that they were going to take over all of the natural resources work on the island, and they asked us to move off of the island. So at that point, we moved all of our operations to Maui. The year of 2013 was a transition year. That was our final data collection. Turned all that information over to Pulamalainai, and they've continued now managing the population there, trapping the predators.
Yeah, and then so what was the first step over here once you left Lanai and got here? What was your project?
Nakula Kahikinui. There was a fence being built, so the ungulate fence went in, and the DLNR, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, did aerial shooting and took out goats primarily, but there were wild dogs and some wild cows as well. We then moved into monitoring. We had been searching for nests, and we started monitoring those with cameras and putting up traps for predators and capturing mongoose and feral cats and rats. And in addition to working there, we started doing searching largely with acoustic monitors, deploying them with a helicopter in remote areas, leaving them out through the breeding season, picking them up, and then determining, yes, there are ʻUaʻu here, there are ʻAʻu there. And we found numerous places in lower elevations outside of Haleakala on East Maui, down to about 3,000 feet. And on West Maui, we found them in a few locations, not as many as on East Maui, but they're definitely still over there.
A lot of the same problems as on Lanai in terms of the ungulates. There's predators, so you have to deal with that. And you're able to establish those projects and start with the acoustic monitoring, widening the search area.
And see if any of them were in locations that we could potentially protect. As it turned out, everywhere where we found them was so remote that it required helicopter access to get there. And once there, putting up any kind of fencing to keep predators out is pretty much impractical. So we really began looking more at where can we create safe habitat that we can get the birds into. The problem of light distraction of the birds was also one that was recognized quite early, and it was already in the minds of many people because the Fish and Wildlife Service had been working on Kauai for 20 years at that point. The problem there was way, way worse. They were getting somewhere in the vicinity of 1,500 ʻAʻu every year, fledgling birds being distracted by lights. Many of them dying, some of them being able to be released. So people here people in Maui Nui had already been aware that that problem was going on there. So it wasn't a big step for people to respond. And we right away started an outreach program of if you can turn off your lights, that's a really good thing. If you can close your blinds, that's another really good thing.
The work with predators and fences and seabird habitat, mostly we think of it as we can address that. We remove the goats, we put a fence, but getting any change on the night sky is talking to people. You have to get a consensus on that.
That's the key to doing the dark sky work, is really working with partners. There are so many other impacts and there are so many other people who are interested, but there is a lot of learning that needs to take place before we get a community consensus strong enough to really make a difference. And we continue to work on it. We have a very good collection of businesses and agencies in our group called Save Our Seabirds, and they are actively helping us to raise the awareness of people in Maui. Going out and doing canvassing to businesses, going to the hotels and trying to engage with people there in the management to ask guests to close their blinds at night if they were going to have lights on in their rooms, turn off their lanai lights. I think that there are places where we've had good success. The County of Maui Parks Department had a big problem at Kalama Park, and we worked with the parks people there to change the angles on the lights, and they did make a significant difference. The fallout there has been reduced just by turning the lights down. It has not been eliminated, and we believe that we could get there to minimize it even more by changing the spectral content of the lights that are being put out. It's becoming more and more clear from many studies with other species that are easier to study than seabirds that short wavelength light from 500 nanometers down to 400 nanometers is the wavelength that is very disruptive to circadian rhythms, to the natural cycle of all kinds of other species. The turtles, it's clearly been shown in an area where there's a light with fairly high short wavelength content, the turtle hatchlings come out and they go toward that light no matter what. There have been studies where they change that light out to a light that has long wavelength content, not short wavelength, and the turtle hatchlings go to the sea like they're supposed to. It's been shown with soybeans in fields where they had short wavelength light shining on every street light. There was a big half moon into the soybean field of dead and stunted soybeans. When they changed out the light to long wavelength light, the soybeans in those fields grew normally. It's a very difficult thing to study with seabirds because if you think about our coastline, how many lights there are over where you would have to change them. It's not like just one light is doing all the distraction.
Some successes, though, along the way. The Kalama Park, the Westin. Could you talk about that one?
Yeah, the Westin Hotel in Ka'anapali for many years they actually had two of them. There were lights mounted way up on the roof, and these lights were probably 2 foot in diameter, the objective, and they were metal halide, which is a very white rich light. It's full spectrum, so lots of short wavelength, and they shone out over the water every night. And we brought it up with the managers there, who brought it up with his managers, and they shut off one of the lights quite early on in our discussions, but they kept the other one on, even though they'd had several birds on the roof of that building. None found alive still. They were dead by the time we were called for them. But over time, people in tour boats that were doing dinner cruises complained about the light shining out there. The naturalists on the boats were aware, and they let us know. And we passed that information on, and a couple of years ago, they removed that light. And the manager that we worked with has been very proactive in almost completely eliminating the number of lights with short wavelength at that one facility. Ka'anapali is one facility right next to another all the way down the beach. So while we succeeded there, we still have lights. They do not have the long wavelength content, and they're not well down-directed. And we just have not had the resources to be able to access every business to raise their awareness. The birds and people have all evolved in a circadian rhythm that includes dark nights and sunlit days. And we have changed that with our nighttime lighting. But it's a long-term project to raise people's awareness of the impacts of light on seabirds, for one, but it's actually many species that really need to have the darkness. I think that many of these places would change when they become aware. If the County of Maui has an outdoor lighting ordinance similar to the Hawaii Island outdoor lighting ordinance, which requires short wavelength light be eliminated from outdoor lighting fixtures, that would be a wonderful step along the path toward restoring our seabird populations. It's entirely possible, probable, we will get there.
Thanks so much to Jay Penniman and Maui Nui Seabird Recovery Project, explaining their work with Hawaiian petrels, which we're listening to right now. Maui Nui Seabirds also works with different types of seabirds that found on Maui, including wedge-tailed shearwater, which are not federally endangered, and we will hear right after the ʻUaʻu, the Hawaiian petrel. This recording was taken at the top of Haleakala Volcanic National Park, the rim of the crater where the ʻUaʻu have their nesting colony. Protected place far away from the ocean where they live. The ʻUaʻu, Hawaiian petrel, and next, ʻUaʻu Kani, wedge-tailed shearwater. They also nest underground. And again, that was ʻUaʻu Kani, Wedge-tailed Shearwater, recorded on Maui at Kamaole 3, at Havea Point. And these birds, the petrels and the shearwaters, are what we call tube noses. And they're fascinating and adapted creatures that have been around for millions of years, and they can survive on the ocean. Their tubes located on their noses help them secrete salt, so they are able to drink salt water. These birds, once they're fledged, they go out to the ocean for about 5 years before they return to land. And when they do, they return every other year to lay one egg. So it's a very incredible life history for a bird. The tube noses are fascinating seabirds. And another friend that is studying and watching these petrels and storm-petrels down in Chile is Cristian Pinto. And next we will hear from Chris, who was also live a few hours ago from Batuco Wetland in Chile near Santiago. And Chris is a field recordist and a musician and a wonderful human, and here he is.
Hola a todas y todos desde Santiago de Chile, el neotrópico. Les saluda Cristian Pinto. Antes que todo, agradecer la invitación de Frye, un buen amigo desde la ornitología, desde el arte sonoro y desde la improvisación libre, a participar de la celebración y lanzamiento de su cassette Birdscapes. A continuación, escucharemos el registro de paisaje sonoro recientemente grabado en las pampas del desierto de Atacama, exactamente Pampa Chaca, cerca de Arica. Este lugar es sitio de nidificación de la golondrina de mar negra de Markham's Storm-petrel, y este registro logra captar y documentar el arribo de las golondrinas al llegar desde el mar a estas zonas muy particulares de irrupciones salinas, en que en cavidades estas aves nidifican desde hace varios milenios de años. Luego de haber escuchado los registros ornitocústicos en este paisaje sonoro de golondrinas de mar negra, Markhams, Storm-petrels, arribando a sus sitios de nidificación, les invito a escuchar lo que fue la presentación debut de Retumbapájaros, proyecto contemporáneo de improvisación libre compuesto por Antonia Valladares, Fischer en batería, y capaz de loops, samples, baterías de ritmo. Y yo, Cristian Pinto, en trompeta, capaz de efectos, síntesis análoga y baterías de samples con registros ornitoacústicos y paisajes sonoros de viajes y campañas en el neotrópico. Antes de comenzar, aprovecho de despedirme y espero que tengan una muy buena escucha. Todos estos registros se encuentran disponibles en la plataforma Senocanto, comunidad colaborativa de compartir cantos y voces de las aves del mundo. Antes de comenzar con la sesión de escucha de este registro en vivo, agradezco a Frye nuevamente por la invitación, a Rata Sorda Rec por el archivo y difusión de este registro debut de Retumbapájaros, como también a toda la comunidad global que se hace presente en el Día Internacional de los Coros del Amanecer. Buena escucha.
¿Cómo le sonrió?
while they're working on this. This is feed from the Hawaii Humpback Whale Marine Sanctuary at Maui South.
And that was Cristian Pinto and Antonia Valladares with Retumbapájaros, rumbling birds, rumble birds. And I was having some fun there, mixing in a live stream from Reveal 8, which is live right now as well, tracking the dawn chorus across the globe as it spins. And we were listening on top of Cristian and Antonia to my twin brother Martin Frye and his friend Monty Tudor Long from Haleakala National Park, Hosmer Grove. And I want to continue this Birdscapes Radio event today. If you're just tuning in, we're listening to bird-related sound and art and interviews from folks all around the world working with birds from different angles. Cristian, who we were just listening to, also records birds for Xenocanto, which you heard him describe. He records them and shares them on Xenocanto, which is a wonderful bird song sharing website. And before that, Cristian played us a Markham's Storm-petrel, which he recorded in the Atacama Desert. And it's really fascinating to think about seabirds using the desert. And up next, we are going to listen to another friend from Chile, Martin Kaulen, who is a friend and collaborator of mine as well. And we worked together. We've played music together in different bands, and you'll hear about it. In our own bands, but at the same time on different shows and in the United States and in Chile. And Martin and I also have collaborated on some birdscapes. And let's get into Martin's work first, listening to a sound art project of his called the Musical Weather Station. And this is synthesizers and electronic components being controlled by weather data. And Martin will describe this after we listen. Thanks for tuning in to Birdscapes Radio, and thanks to Ballroom Marfa.
when I started studying arts, I was playing music at the same time. I was playing psychedelic rock, and there was always this willing to mix live music with a performance and sound installation. So at that time, I produced a work called Drone, which were sound sculptures that produce sound in real time, because I was really thinking that all of the time sound art was about playing tracks, about pre-recorded stuff and putting it into space, but I was really into producing something as live music. So I wanted to share with you the sound of this first sound installation I did in 2012. It goes like this. These are 4 sound sculptures which use string pulsating to create a mantra sound. It's very inspired in like music, classical music from India. And I really wanted to get the spectator into a trance state, or by repetition, like getting him to lose about like references in time. Like when we have one sound which is different to other, you can like tell time. But when everything sounds in a similar way, you start like losing the notion of time that goes by. So, and also these sculptures, I put on them like a sensor, motion sensors. So they were actually activated by people. And that's a moment where I started like trying to mix the environment with the composition, like involving people and the environment into the creation of a composition, like very inspired in randomness and like everyday life with like strange things that happen that you don't consider they will happen. So years after, I was like always thinking about this way of getting the environment into the composition and like with sound installation. And I developed this project called Estación Meteorológica Musical, which would be like a musical weather station. And it was actually a weather station that was installed in the south of Chile, in Valdivia, in Isla Teja, which is an island where there's a botanical garden and a university campus. So this weather station get the environmental data, and all this information was translated via Pure Data, this open source software, into sound and into music. At that moment, I was really interested, like, what can happen? Like, I put some parameters, and then to see how it reacts. Also, there were like some difficulties, as sometimes weather is really flat, and then it can get really hard. And Valdivia is actually a cold rainforest zone, so when it rains, it really rains. And I was dealing like with all these like random parameters, but I was really into getting them into music, because this is a conversation I had with the keyboard player of my musical group, Watch Out. And this friend, Francisco Martinez, we were always like talking about how sometimes art can be in a way transparent, like to let the nature go by the work, and like in this transparency, let nature express it herself. So I was really into this idea, and so with the environmental data, I work in some like synthesizers. One of them is the wind synthesizer, where I use a noise and I filter it, and we can hear it right now. I'll put it. as you can hear, there are like different segments, like different soundscapes, which are triggered by the wind speed, the wind direction, the temperature, the atmospherical pressure, the rain, humidity, temperature inside of the weather station and outside. And all these like numbers are in a way abstracted into composition and into synthesis. And then maybe I was wondering, like, are we going to be able to feel like the weather through music? And maybe I never answered this question because I don't know if it was that possible, like to feel the weather into music. But it was in a way like the composer, the energy that decided, like, okay, right now we're going this way, then we're going that way. Mm-hmm. So this idea of soundscapes was really like a way of composing or like of creating spaces through the ones we're going to go by. And I think in this moment is where the word like soundscape as landscape connect with birdscapes. We were speaking, you were working with birds, and by chance I was working with birds as well in a visual way. This is when we started, right? Like speaking about this collaboration. I think like this collaboration was really in a free-form way. Like as I said before, we found like a coincidence, right? Like birds, and it was a little like an excuse, if we can say in English, to get into something. But I think when we met, like by playing music, we were really into improvising, right? So it's something like really an important part of our works. So this thing we did at Chez Adele was like really cool because actually the transducers we used were the ones that I used for the weather station installation. So I was like reusing this like technical element, but this time to amplify, to use the objects of this restaurant or bar or as speakers, right? We put one in the window, another one in the piano. I think, we put like some chairs like over tables. A transducer was on a chair and like producing sound with local stuff. And I think that's the moment when we visualized we wanted to do this, is when I like get back to the 50s and 60s and thought about the happenings, right? Like the happening in comparison to a performance is when you have an interaction of the public, right? But in this case, I think it was like the space, the objects, the everyday life objects in the space as chairs and tables and stuff. And I think in this moment, this project gets like a like something really simple, like not that pretentious, you know, like really into like stuff which is there and where you can find like paths that may go further, right? So we were also using this tape recording machine. So you play the flute and I was doing these loops with the tape machine. And people said it was like pretty different because normally people was like playing like music and stuff. And this was more like, this was like a sound experience or a sound happening, as we said we wanted to do it, right?
And I think, if I remember right, maybe you can help me remember but the your video as well was a starting point for us, even though it wasn't part of the show. But you took that incredible video of I believe it was like swallows, when you were visiting family, and then making their flight paths be traced, and like you can see this on your video, which is on Ballroom's website. And I think you said the word birdscapes when you were describing it's what it was producing. It's producing like this birdscape. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Actually, I think we wanted to put this video on the show, but the place wasn't that the place to do it, right?
Right.
There wasn't like a screen or a white wall to project. So we said, okay, let's do like in the way we can do it. But yes, I was working since a while with this idea of drawing without drawing, which was actually like an exercise we did at the university, like doing something without doing it, like painting without painting. And this one, which was drawing without drawing, was like to manage yourself to draw without normal stuff for drawing. So when I did that exercise at the university, I recorded like insects, flies or grasshoppers, and also moths. And I projected like the frames they already parkoured through the screen in order to get like this ephemeral drawing. And then always I went in like into an open space and I saw, of course, like the flight of birds. I was like really thrilled about like, wow, how it would look if we could like draw these forms, and it's not bidimensional, but it's like really three-dimensional and like it has depth, right? So it's more like a living sculpture. And this word birdscape, I think it went by when we were like, oh, how can we name these? And it was a huge landscape influence, also as a soundscape with birds in their like habitats and stuff. So then I think it was like really natural, right? Like, a birdscape, of course, it makes sense. Like this ability to reinvent language, you know, and like to find relations that make sense. It's like our word. I really like the way like audio follows the video, like these layers of flute that repeat themselves, right? And the echoing, I don't know what kind of effects you use, but for me, I feel it that way. And how it creates like a synesthetic, like scape, if we can like go again into the word, like I don't know, like a feelscape or like a feelingscape, we may say. And I like that in a way it can get you like out of this world, you know. It's like, oh, this is like deforming reality into abstraction. Like you get bird sounds, you abstract them, and then you play them again, and they repeat, and they create like this huge mass of sound. And then in the video, we have like the same operation, right? We have some birds.
Yes, and one other layer of this all is, I don't know if we talked about before, but it was in my mind that the title In the Air Like Clouds is kind of, people, you can't really observe this as often or as anymore, but during the spring and fall migration, if you read accounts that were written by people 100 years ago, or even just 80 or 50 years ago even, people were used to seeing massive flocks of birds, like black clouds, like flying through the air, like millions and millions of birds. And sometimes you'll still see it, like, I know like starlings, which and some blackbirds group up and they form these big clouds where they fly around kind of in like a swarm theory like motion where there seems like a school of fish or like they're flying with one mind, and it's something that makes me kind of sad to think about. Not really, growing up in the later part of the 20th century, not really seeing that, not seeing these massive clouds of migrating birds. But when you made the swallows into lines, it almost like created that feeling for me of oh, this is like something what it would have been like to witness, so many birds flying around, but before they've been declining like they are.
Wow, yeah. What you said is like really interesting, like how like scientific notations, or maybe this is like my interpretation, or maybe art can like create a register, like a testimony of what happened like 50 years before, like maybe 100 years before, and how today we can't see anymore these clouds of birds. And that's like really interesting, like when art or science work in one thing, but then when you see it 100 years later, you see like it's like part of the history, like when it becomes this, and when in this like environmental crisis and with the extinction of some species, we can like go back into this information. And also I really liked like what you say, like this projection of the path of the birds when they fly. It's like a poetic way of recreating this cloud of birds, and like to put it back in the sky, even it's a virtual thing, right? It's like a,
and that's it, yeah. It's because people talk about the shifting baseline, not bass like the instrument, but like the baseline knowledge to frame the conception of the natural world around you through your own sort of baseline of knowledge. And the problem with that is it shifts through generations. So what we see, birds now, and we think it's normal, and that's, but we can't see generations ago and see, you have to talk to older people, like people, my grandparents and our grandparents' age. Same thing with butterflies. Like they would be able to see like, millions of butterflies in these big swarms, and it's just not, you're lucky now if you get to see something like that.
Right. Yeah, what you say makes me think of like a misconception we had before in Chile. Actually, some people may say a forest of pine trees, but it's really a crop, right? It's like like an artificial thing. But how with language we construct like the idea of reality, if it's really a forest or something that will be sold in 30 years. There's nothing more sad than to see when they cut down the pine trees and the eucalyptus, and you see like this desert of nothingness, of like only like the tree bottom. And it's like really devastating in a way. It's like really desolating. It's like really strange. And what we corrected, I think, like with I don't know, my closer circle, is like stop saying a forest of pine trees, but a plantation.
Yeah.
When you say like a crop, because it's not natural. And as you said, like the trees that were there when I was born, in my case, they were pine trees. So this like misconception of nature also like happens like in the countryside in Chile, and maybe in like lots of places in the world. Like we confuse nature with like these creations for getting wood. But where are the forests today? Like, are they easy to use? I mean, like, is it easy to live in a forest? I think it's really hard. Like it colonizes all the surrounding spaces, and it will try to grow, and you wouldn't be like welcomed sometimes into a forest, right? But in the case of plantations, it's like the human dominating like this rows of trees, and the word forest, it's like really subtle, right?
Right. No, totally. We want to think that there's like a vast like wilderness or something out there, but most of the surface of the planet has been changed at some point by some people, you know, for their use and benefit, and it feels okay if it's for survival, but yeah, when you see like a clear cut where everything is completely cut down and it's completely unnatural and completely the opposite of it is a sinking feeling. It's maybe just the confrontation of capitalism and, you know, just a lot of people needing goods, needing tools and houses and, you know, paper and things that we need, but when you see the actual cost of it, it's hard to understand.
To a philosophical direction. But I think art always will like open these paths, right? Like you can be speaking all the time about art; it will go naturally to the next level of conversation.
That was Martin Kaulen and myself talking about birdscapes, and we've shifted to another birdscape back in Maui. Martin Frye, my twin brother, is broadcasting from Hosmer's Grove. Speaking of those altered landscapes, we're listening to ʻEʻevi, one of the honey creepers, forest birds from Maui. And we'll listen to this for a while here before moving on Birdscapes Radio. Thank you for listening.
songs we're now hearing are ancient tunes, or even the presence of a spirit. Or even the presence of a spirit. The songs we're now hearing are ancient tunes. Now hearing are ancient tunes. Are ancient tunes.
Just see. Just see. Just see that bird. That bird.
Moving from Hawaii dawn chorus to slowed down Missouri dawn chorus, with Drew Lanham telling us to just see that bird. Just hear that bird. Thanks for listening to Birdscapes Radio. We've got a lot more guests coming up. So far today, we checked in with Maui Nui Seabirds, Cristian Pinto, Martin Kaulen, and coming up in just a little bit, Satya Kumulari will continue Birdscapes Radio for us with her theories and sounds relating to psychogeography. Like Martine and I were talking about how we conceive of our place. Thanks for listening.
Just see. Just see. Just see that bird. That bird.
The songs we're now hearing are ancient tunes, or even the presence of a spirit.
That was the Lu-sheng Ensemble, the piece that translates to Chirping of 100 Birds. It's music from China. Shantung Folk Music and Traditional Instrumental Pieces is the name of the album from None Such Explorer series. Fantastic folk music series. And thank you for being fantastic audience today. Birdscapes Radio. We're now entering our third hour of all things bird. And to kick us off at the top here is my good friend Satya, and she will describe her work for you. Thanks.
My name is Satya. I come from Bombay. My work is concerned with deep questioning of landscapes of the urban, interpersonal and self, perceptions of space, place, memory in real life and online as observed through a maladjusted lens. I gravitate towards Bombay as the companion through whom I think about all these concerns and whose company I miss. I obsessively document the nature and texture of the city, my documentation being proxy for being a perpetual distant visitor elsewhere in the world that I live, while being grounded in a city I can only be a visitor of. I make rough amateur sound recordings and photographs on my phone of the nature of Bombay and respond with voice and pen. One distinct feature of the city's oral texture is its rich and diverse bird life, a layer that can be unexpected to many, even residents, given our perceptions of megalopolis sounds. I love recounting the names in the urban bird chorus. Crows, parrots, bulbuls, quails, tailor birds, coppersmiths, mynas, pigeons, sunbirds, sparrows, magpie robins, bee-eaters, orioles, hoopoes, crow pheasants, prinias, barn owls, seagulls. The recent year has found me, like so many, to be thinking on connection, distance, virtuality, and its consequent sensory loss, helplessness, and attempts by the world at mitigation. I observe directions in technologizing and quote-unquote innovation, the Orwellian détournement of engagement, inclusivity, empathy by corporatocracies as solutions for what are systemic concerns that need deep engagement that goes beyond egotistical neoliberal urges. As much as measuring, modeling, and productivizing are means for knowing and enlightening, they are also means for exploiting, surveilling, and manifesting power. They are means of reductionistically articulating ideas to serve the few, of putting words into people's mouths and hooks into minds, all the better to control. I am particularly troubled by the cynical engagement with propaganda and its methods of creating virtual realities that so easily mesmerize. I try to process this. I reject the urge to define and complete. What emerge are fragments of action and glimmers of understanding. I need to pay attention. And I have found that being quite literal about grounding, setting aside metaphors, has been quite revelatory. Getting close to the ground like I do in Bombay, deliberate extreme noticing, sending eyes into crevices and edges, is training in sensing, feeling, care. Getting close to the air as it vibrates with bird song is exactly the same. You need to get close. It could seem constructed, but I believe it is the answer. Caring is a radical act. Caring is a radical act. How closely can we see? I offer a fragmented landscape of the mind, of geography, of feeling, of soundscapes, of bird song, of the city of my obsession, a dip into my stream of rumination. Please listen in your earphones. Distance. I miss you. There, I said it. Diversion. I look for the city in the sun, new leaves, in building materials, the text on bits of garbage stuck to tram tracks, bird song heard through half-closed eyes. Then I look away to doom scroll.
Passengers, may I have your attention, please? Closed-circuit television and remote video monitoring is in use at the station for your personal safety and security. सभी यात्री प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 1 के किनारे से दूर रहें, एक तेज गाड़ी गुजरने वाली है। सर्व प्रवाशांना नम्र निवेदन आहे।
Deconstruction. You try to reason, make plans, look at timetables and project scheduling apps. This sort of approach leads to technologizing, solutionizing, skimming surfaces, innovation seeking that divert attention from questions about structural conditions that lie underneath, unexamined. Dissociation, disconnection. I often, when I walk cities, feel a sense of being an intruder, of treading roughshod on weeds, of not giving enough respect to trees, a deep disconnection, a sense of not having enough capacity to appreciate all that there is and not enough time. The distance is insurmountable. You rush right past. There is no time to see, to watch. You touch screens. Acknowledgement. How important is it to you to have a map? Do you know where you're going? How do you feel if you don't know where you're going? Do you love maps? How do you map love? Awareness. Collection. In The Painter of Modern Life, Charles Baudelaire speaks of Edgar Allan Poe's urban fable and its convalescent hero on the margins of the cosmopolitan masses. Do you remember a picture? It really is a picture, painted, or rather written by the most powerful pen of our age and entitled The Man of the Crowd? In the window of a coffee house, there sits a convalescent, pleasurably absorbed in gazing at the crowd and mingling through the medium of thought in the turmoil of thought that surrounds him. But lately, returned from the valley of the shadow of death, he is rapturously breathing all the odors and essences of life. As he has been on the brink of total oblivion, he remembers and fervently desires to remember everything. Awareness. Black is her color as she soars and alights. She knows exactly where she goes when you won't step aside. She can see right through you, her glittering, beady eye. She remembers your face, your disgusting, hateful gaze. Calls to her sisters to stay away. She plays with her shadows, raucous games, elaborate tools, building her nest of iron and twine in gold laburnum cool. Sharpens her dark ivory tails. Glossy feather-light winds on a mossy parapet wall she shares with nimble cat and death-grip roots. She remembers your face, your disgusting, hateful gaze. Calls to her sisters to stay away. Calls, stay away. She knows the city better than you ever will. Where to hitch a ride, how to have her fill. Who gives her daily dal, who wishes her ill. She remembers your face, your disgusting, hateful gaze. Calls to her sisters to stay away. Calls, stay away. Calls, stay away. Observation. They hate contradictions. It doesn't fit with their worldview. The economists love to confront what they call problems, and problems have solutions. Contradictions don't. They exist with you all the time, and therefore you have to manage them. David Harvey in an interview on why Marx still matters. Awareness. The ashy perennial, or the ashy wren warbler, is a small warbler, a resident breeder in the Indian subcontinent. It is a common bird in urban gardens and farmland, and its small size, distinctive colors and upright tail make it easy to identify, says Wikipedia. I can't quite explain exactly why, but its call is one of my favorite bird calls. Or maybe I can explain. There is a fading mist of a drizzle in its voice, a sun-warmed stone, a slate slab footpath pelted with the hot, fat raindrops of a monsoon's end, a humidity of waiting in the void of a still afternoon calling for a thwarted love, an undulating grassland gently blanketing history underneath that has passed by on an urgent train smelling of iron and sweat. Everything ends too soon. Too soon. The ashy perennial. Sometimes feeling walls, tracing tiles, examining moss, caressing bark. It is a way to not lose touch, to keep alive connections between sensing, touching, and feeling. connection. I often, when I walk, feel a sense of being an intruder, of treading too roughshod on weeds, of not giving enough respect to trees. I think this stems out of a deep sense of connection, a sense of not having enough capacity to appreciate all that there is and never enough time. That sounds distraught, I suppose. Care. Algorithms are designed to flatten, capitalism flattens, all the better to measure, monetize, extract control. They seek to universalize, standardize, they end up erasing, assimilating, colonizing, and surveilling. Daniel McQuillan on Medium, in his piece on AI after the pandemic, says, "The aim is to challenge the erasure of lived experience by the ideology of efficiency and to generate a counter-project to the algorithmic production of carelessness. Knowing, caring. Instead of predicting, preempting, we need to develop an approach of knowing, caring. A technopolitics of care starts with attention to the exclusions and boundaries of a stratified society." Care. Care is about details, edges, cracks, and folds. Care is beyond utility. It is a way of being within and without a context. Distance. I miss you.
That was Satya Gumuluri with her work on psychogeography. Got a lot more coming up for you. We're going to switch to a different urban center from Bombay to Chicago next. This is Norman Long's Big Marsh Soundscape. And that was Big Marsh Soundscape Penthouse Mix by Norman W. Long from Chicago, sound artist and field recordist. And I want to move just a little farther north from the south side of Chicago to listen to some Purple Martins that were recorded recently by Veronica Anne-Salinas. Here they are. That was Will Faber on the shakuhachi. Before that, Veronica Anne-Salinas with Purple Martins and Norman W. Long with Big Marsh Soundscape. There's one other artist based in Chicago right now that I want to tell you guys about. It's Alice Hargrave. She's a visual artist working with sonograms and different scientific data, sometimes relating to birds, sometimes lakes, sometimes both. Right now she has a show, University of Illinois Bloomington Normal, called Canary in the Lake. I highly suggest you check it out. Alice makes these beautiful fabric, hanging fabrics that are transparent, featuring sonograms of birds, repeating patterns. Shows up till May 16th. Encourage you to, if you can, make it down to Normal or click around and find Canary in the Lake, Alice Hargrave. If you enjoyed today's program, I think you'd enjoy her work as well. To round out the hour, here's some music from Madagascar, from the Mississippi Records release, Fanajana, Volume 1.
A neotropical migrant is a bird that breeds in North America and then migrates south of the U.S. border into the neotropics. My name is Stephen Albert. I work at the Institute for Bird Populations. Before I really began to study migration in detail, I tended to think of these birds as our birds. They're in the North American Field Guide. They must be North American birds, right? But they spend, in most cases, more than half the year south of the U.S. border. Of the nearly 800 species of birds that breed in North America, about half migrate into the neotropics. It's a huge number.
In the U.S., there's roughly 100 species of neotropical migratory bird that are either threatened, endangered, or a species of special concern.
So if you observe that a migratory bird species is declining, one of the first questions you have to ask is whether it's declining due to factors on the breeding grounds in North America, the wintering grounds in the neotropics, or somewhere in between, or a combination of those.
The main reason why it's hard to figure out why some of these species are in trouble is because they're only in our backyards for, say, 3 months of the year. And the rest of the time we don't know where they're going, so we don't know what threats they're facing in those areas. In order to develop conservation strategies, we need to be able to identify how breeding and wintering populations are linked. So migratory bird conservation has to be a collaborative effort with biologists all over Latin America.
Sí, sacar pájaros de la red es una de mis cosas favoritas porque se puede tener mucha información con el pajarito ya en la mano. Si es ornitólogo, sí, tiene razón. Un pájaro en mano vale más que 100 volando. Ese es el dicho. Sí.
More than 220 species of birds actually migrate mostly from North America to Costa Rica. Birds know no borders. They don't understand these boundaries between countries. They simply use ecosystems.
There are huge networks of people that do bird banding all over the Western Hemisphere. So you capture the birds in a mist net and you put a little metal leg band on the bird. And then you hope to recapture that bird at some other point in its annual cycle.
Probably about 90% of my job is focused on our two signature bird monitoring networks called the MAPS network, which is the acronym for Monitoring Avian Productivity and Survivorship. And there's a sister network in the neotropics called the MOSI network, which is the Spanish acronym for Monitoring Overwinter Survival. In the US, we have about 350 monitoring stations. In the neotropics, we have about 100 stations. It's an enormous infusion of volunteer labor, and it's what really makes the program go.
las aves nos dan como ese soundtrack, esa canción en muchas de nuestras historias. No me puedo imaginar como el mundo sin cantos de aves. Es parte de estar, creo que en este mundo y estar vivo. Es parte de nosotros.
I think birds bring people together. It is like when you go to another country and you realize that someone speaks the same language, and you can have like endless conversations just because you speak the same language. For us, it's the language of bird conservation.
I think one of the great outcomes is connecting the people who are working on the same birds, but in different parts of the world at different seasons, coming together to solve these mysteries of migratory birds. That makes me really happy.
It's the same birds in your backyard in Guatemala that are in my backyard in Colorado.
We're all sort of working toward the same goal with the same species, and it couldn't be more clear that we all need to be on the same page, working together.
Little PSA there to start us off at the top of the last hour of Birdscapes Radio. That was a video recently produced by the Institute for Bird Populations, who they study bird populations, and I actually was able to work with them over a few field seasons in California, and that is where I met my next guest, who also happens to be from Illinois. In fact, we met on the airplane on the way to our first job, our first bird job together. And Claire Johnson is going to speak next. We actually talked the other day on the phone about her research that she has just completed through the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana. And Claire will tell you about her work with yellow-billed and black-billed cuckoos in northern Illinois. Here's Claire. With the cuckoos, well, you talked about you're establishing like a detectability model.
Uh-huh.
So can you talk a little bit about what detectability means for bird species, and like, because we're thinking about sound here, so can you relate it to that?
Yeah, so especially with cuckoos, so I kind of talked about this in my presentation that you watched. So the first part is like of detection is being available. So is a bird around for you to be able to like see or hear it in the first place. And then so the second part, if it's around, is like the actual detectability. So is it really active? Is it visible? So is it producing visual cues? And then there's things like call rate, and most of the time, probably 90% of the time, we're identifying and finding birds by call. So that's really important to understand how frequently they're calling passively, and that can vary with their breeding stage. Non-breeding, or like before birds start nesting, they're usually calling more frequently, and that seemed to be the case with cuckoos. And then while they're actively nesting, they're usually less vocal.
And they're like, if I understand right, less vocal in general than other birds, you know.
Yeah, so that was a really hard part of my project. And one of the things I was focusing on was that a lot of kind of more general surveys are just doing passive surveys. So they're just, listening for those passively produced cues. But cuckoos are really secretive. They don't call very often. So their passive call rate is like often below 10%, which is ridiculously low. So we were using broadcast surveys, which are like a common method, and that was really effective at increasing the responsiveness to us. In some cases, I think we got it up around like 40%, which is still actually quite low. A lot of birds, a lot of other species, I think, passively call around, like 40% of the time. So
yeah,
they're challenging species.
Because they're quiet and they're you're not seeing them and they're not calling. So your work was kind of filling in this detectability factor for the black-billed and yellow-billed cuckoos in like northern Illinois, right?
Yeah, and a lot of work has been done on yellow-billed cuckoos in the West, where there's the federally threatened population of western yellow-billed cuckoos. But yeah, so those kind of like definitely new for black-billed cuckoos. A lot of people haven't really done work on them, and then new regionally for yellow-billed cuckoos.
Well, I just find it so interesting from a sonic perspective because as humans, we're governed by the same physical laws of sound as birds, essentially, and so we use sound as communication. And we probably know somebody who's just kind of a quiet, like introvert, or somebody who just is not making themselves heard, but finding out how to hear them or how to detect or listen for them is really interesting to me. And then with those species, with black-billed cuckoo, I think in yellow-billed as well, they're another challenge seems like you were saying posed to studying them is that they're kind of nomadic, and they have like a low kind of sight fidelity because of what they eat, which is these bagworm caterpillars, which kind of erupt in different places at different times. Is that right?
Yeah, so I think, of course, there are eruptions every year, and so that was actually really interesting. There weren't really big insect outbreaks in the areas we were working in, and we were still picking up on those like really common movement dynamics, so birds moving both within the breeding season and between breeding seasons. And so that's kind of like the nomadism has kind of been shown during insect outbreaks. So specifically like during cicada outbreaks or bagworm outbreaks, they do seem to congregate in areas with infestations. But I thought that was still interesting that they're still, making this decision to like expend the energy to move to find these insect resources, even when they're not like super hyper abundant, like during an outbreak year.
They're still moving around. And so and then kind of with your talk, you tied it up with kind of management for these species, because we kind of know that black-billed are declining, and so people, state agencies and some private landowners are wondering, how to best manage for a nomadic species that they can't hear or see,
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I don't really have an answer for that. I mean, I think it's interesting reading the literature. Like there are like, over the past few years, there have been several articles saying, like nomadic species are different, and they're more difficult to conserve. They're more, like the fact that they're moving is affecting this aspect of availability for detection. So it's, further lowering detection probability. I guess what I kind of talked about was trying to spread out protected areas across to kind of enclose a wider variation of environmental components. So like if there's an outbreak in one area one year, we're managing for suitable habitat, and the cuckoo can go there and exploit those resources. But then in another year, maybe it's not using that site and it's going to a different location. So rather than just like focusing on creating like one high quality patch, we should probably be like communicating at the county or state level and coordinating management actions at this larger scale.
Mm-hmm. And for these kind of successional habitats that they are found in, like it's not just a forest or a grassland, but kind of a succession between the two of a shrubland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's another difficult part. I mean, I think managing for shrublands is often seen as being in conflict with managing for grasslands and forests, but I think it is a really important habitat type. It's really productive. It provides a lot of fruit and insect resources for other birds, other non-shrubland specific birds. And then there's also this difficult component of the fact that it is succeeding. It's not a constant habitat type. So either you're having to you're having to either allow for or create disturbances to kind of keep availability of shrublands on the landscape.
I was reading the book. It's Illinois Birds: A Century of Change. And so it's kind of talking about different bird surveys from 100 years ago in Illinois, 50 years ago, and then recently, like about 15 years ago. And just talking about how the state has changed and attempting to get a rough picture of bird populations through the changes. And like if you think about 100 years ago, it was probably, smaller, more people owned smaller portions of land, and now it's more of this very large scale agriculture, monotypical crops, and so it just, I couldn't help but hear your presentation and wondering about, like, gee, if more people owned less land, I mean, it would be harder to make a living for those people because of the way the industry has gone with farming. But if there were more orchards or more people kind of burning a small patch and make it just kind of like more people on the land as well. I just wonder if we couldn't do something that would help us and help the birds,
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I mean, there are lots of problems with our agricultural system. So we don't need to talk about that. But yeah, I think having separate parcels, people might want to plant a tree row around their house. So they're creating this heterogeneity in the landscape rather than having like 100 acres of corn with no trees or shrubs around. So that could really provide a lot of stopover or potential nesting habitat for birds.
And then just lastly, just your research are you going to be continuing it and through like University of Illinois, or do you have plans?
I'm not totally sure what the next steps are. My project and visiting those sites, I think I'm probably done with. I'm hoping this summer I'm staying around Illinois and doing some surveys, and I'm hoping to still do some work, especially with yellow-billed cuckoos, which are more abundant and easier to get better numbers of them. And I think it'll be really interesting this year because we are having the cicada outbreak of brood X or brood 10. So that it could potentially be good. We might have a lot of cuckoos in the area.
Yep, might also have lower detectability with a lot of cicada noise.
That's true. They are deafening.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your research and thanks for the chat.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Good to talk to you.
That was Claire Johnson talking with me about her research with black-billed cuckoos in Illinois. And just before that, we heard a spot from the Institute for Bird Populations and talking about their monitoring overwinter survival in birds in the neotropics in Central America and the importance of working across borders to fill in the gaps of our knowledge. And as a musician, I find the same to be true. So my next guest is Ed Brass Brasil. Ed is a musician, sound artist, organizer, many things man from Salvador, Bahia. And we've worked together a little bit in the past. He helped interpret the ʻUaʻu, the musician wren, on a recent album that I did. And a special friend of mine here to present his radio Birdscapes sound art piece just for you guys. And thanks again for listening to Birdscapes Radio through Ballroom Marfa. And on this celebration of International Dawn Chorus, we have Ed Brass and another guest before we finish up. Here's Ed.
Porque antigamente era uma coisa muito simples, né? Mas era aquela coisa que os 800, mas que trabalhava muito bem. Então assim, meu pai ele tinha uma mediunidade que ele olhava para você e dizia, você precisa disso. E mandava envolver do papel, você precisa de envolver do papel. Envolver do papel era o médico, né? Então assim, antigamente era muito tuberculose. Ele curava. Então assim, lá, quando ele começou a trabalhar, fazer as coisas com as pessoas, assim, desperta muito, né? Então como desperta, ele foi perseguido pela polícia lá. É proibida, até hoje, né? Quanto mais. Então assim, ele foi fazer uma festa com a Lu-sheng, que era do velho, do senhor, e aí o que aconteceu? A polícia chegou na hora que começou os batidos. A polícia chegou. Aí vai acabar a festa. E aí quando ele. Não foi ele, não foi ele, né? Foi ele. Não sei se foi eu, não. Não foi ele. Aí ele se manifestou na hora, né? Mas ele disse que foi uma manifestação. Assim, aquela manifestação. Ele estava vendo tudo, aí ele foi lá no Valladares e cantou, né, e aí, quando dobrou o couro, os policiais todos três saiu rodando, ele levou a noite, todos os três saíram rodando, ficou a noite toda dançando, até 7 horas do dia, quando a festa acabou.
História. Isso foi onde? Essa polícia? Foi aqui na CUP?
Na CUP.
Já tinha voltado?
Já estava voltando. Já tinha voltado. Quando ele foi agradecer, fazer a festa do velho, né? Porque ele ficou com a missão, que eu vou fazer. Você tem cargo. E o cargo você vai começar a trabalhar. Então ele ouvia, os espíritos falar com ele, ouvia. Ele olhava, enxergava, ele via as coisas, então né? Quando chegou os policiais, aí ele foi lá no tabaco, cantou, Indorerê, aí caiu, Indorerê, o meu sangue é real, eu sou filho, eu sou neto de Aruanda, Indorerê, aí caiu. Quando puxou o tabaco, ele estava dizendo ao cara que ele era filho, ele era neto de orixá, mas não sabia o que era que ele era, né? E aí tomou uma cinta, vamos mostrar o som.
Tá pedindo pra você cantar de novo.
Pode cantar de novo? Indorerê, aí caiu, Indorerê, o meu sangue é real, eu sou filho, eu sou neto de Aruanda. Indorerê, aí caiu, aí pronto. Os caras levam.
E a história ótima. So I have to tell the story where the song comes in. So her father was a medium, was very strong mediums, and so he used to see someone and tell them what they needed. They needed to go to the doctor, all the men of the paper, had a little paper and write the prescription. Also, educated people. But, and that was, but of course that threw people off, and at the time it was many people. So after getting better, being treated in South Africa, he came back to Africa. When he came back and he was doing this party to celebrate, to Frye the police came, and so that was even practicing something that was illegal. And even today it's so not well seen. Practicing Kamindwe, it's a religious practice where the wishes come in. It's called Kamindwe.
Equivalent of Santeria or voodoo.
Sort of, but if you say that,
well, I mean, like, where they come from,
it's the same. Yeah, it's the same origin, West African. Yeah. So he was doing this party, and then when they started playing the drums, the police came, telling them to stop, and then her grandfather, who saw it, her father, who saw it all, was able to. We were just seeing everything manifest, is how she describes it. Started singing this song that she sang, and the policeman stopped and started dancing, and danced all the way through.
All night long.
That was all night long. He's having it. And right, and the words to the song, they say that he has a real blood, real and royal, but it means like it's a real thing. He has this why is it so hard now? He's the son of an Omisha, but he doesn't know what they are. But he was like affirming himself. That's what the song says. What the traditional song.
That was Ed Brass, Brazil. And our final guest for Birdscapes Radio, you're listening to now the recordings made by Cedar Mathers Wynn. We're staying in the Southern Hemisphere, in Australia and New Zealand for this track. Check back in afterwards.
Chorus of New Zealand bellbirds. Time is 5:33. It's the 8th of January 2014. Recorded from, I think it's Squatter's Gorge.
These calls are being given by a colony of hundreds of bell miners, an Australian songbird about the size of a large sparrow, foraging in a eucalypt forest. They give these calls to keep in touch with each other as they move through the canopy looking for insects that feed on the sap. this species can be heard in this dawn chorus recording from Queensland, Australia. The ethereal whistling of fantails, the manic monkey laughter of kookaburras, but the star of the show is the flute-like song of the pied butcherbird. They get the name for their innovative use of thorns and twigs to impale their prey. But the song of this species is remarkably musical, even catchy. After making this recording, I had the song stuck in my head all day.
Pied Butcherbird, recorded by Cedar Mathers Wynn. And that about concludes Birdscapes Radio for today. Thank you all so much for listening. I have some thank yous to send out. First of all, Sarah Melendez from Ballroom Marfa has been working behind the scenes and helping promote this event. I couldn't have done it without Sarah and Ballroom. Cedar Mathers Wynn, who we just heard. Ed Brass Brazil before that. We talked with Claire Johnson and heard from a nonprofit group based out in California, the Institute for Bird Populations, and their work with connecting conservation from North America and into the neotropics. We also heard some pieces by Norman W. Long, recording by Veronica Anne-Salinas, some shakuhachi by Will Faber, a wonderful piece by Satya Gumulari. We spoke with Martin Kaulen, and also my brother, Martin Frye, was representing Maui Nui Seabirds, the restoration project based in Hawaii. Our friend Cristian Pinto shared with us some recordings he made and a performance he did with Antonia Valladares. Thanks to the Rata Sorda rec for that one. And I mentioned my friend Alice Hargrave. We also heard music from Amy Beach, Hermit Thrush in the Morning. I love that piece. The Lu-sheng Ensemble, Jai Kumar Sharma, a selection from Fanajana, the Music of Madagascar, Volume 1 through Mississippi Records. And I have one more song to share with you on the way out that is recorded in Papua New Guinea from the Bosavi. This is Women's Ceremonial Song. Thanks again for listening to Birdscapes Radio today, and I hope to see you again sometime in the future. Inside, or outside, preferably. Take care. And that's it for today. I think I may have forgotten a couple people. Doing my best, but I know we also listened to Norman W. Long. And right now, we'll take it out with Charlie Parker. Another field recordist, in a way, made this recording. Dean Benedetti. Bootleg live bird for you guys. Enjoy. If you listen close, you can hear the dice rolling in that background noise, some of the best audience sound ever. Goodbye, everybody.